probably it could be actualized. But it doesn't seem likely that this will happen, which is a shame. So we'll talk all about that. Should be a pretty good show. We're going to be getting back into this Middle East conflict, so it's going to be a lot of information. And like I said, it's been a while since we covered the ongoing war in Gaza, and increasingly now in Lebanon. And it looks like it's about to escalate again. So we'll talk about all that. Before we do, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble to get a push notification whenever I go live. Smash the like button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about the show and everything. We're at 100,000 subscribers, huge milestone we hit last week, and I think we're at 102, so we're growing pretty quickly. Not too much else going on. I have to say this Muslim guy keeps calling me out in other news. These Muslims keep calling me out now. Lately, I've been off the goop. I have to say, I'm actually glad we're getting back into the Israeli-Middle Eastern conflict. At this point, it's fair to just call it an Israel-Iran war, because that's where this is headed. And you could say it's a third Persian Gulf war. But in any case, I'm glad we're getting back into that, because I feel like every day for the past 2 weeks, I've just been going live and just going on a screed about, like, non-white people being in America. After the show last night, I was like, damn, I need to chill out. I posted on Twitter, I'm like, I'm off the goop lately. People are like, no, you're going off. I was like, yeah, but I feel like I've been pretty... It's been a little aggressive. It's just like every day I come on the show and I'm like, and another thing. And we are white supremacists, you know, and it's like we're not. But every day it's like, sheesh. But they're calling me out. And it's so funny, this guy, Daniel, I don't know how to pronounce his name, whatever. Daniel Hanania Harari, whatever. Okay, he's not from here. It's not an American name. So this Muslim guy, he's like, well, why are you sending Keith to debate me? Because I've been in this ongoing feud with Sneeko now and all the Muslims. And the Muslims are standing behind Sneeko. He's calling us white supremacists. And this Daniel guy says, well, you know, why are you sending Keith Woods to debate me? He's clout chasing, trying to get me to debate him. And I talked to Keith today. I'm like, so when is that debate with Daniel? Keith says, oh, well, they haven't scheduled it yet. So I guess Keith was supposed to debate one of the Muslims on Sunday, moderated by Sneeko. They said, would you like to debate tonight? And Keith said, yeah, let's debate tonight. Sunday night, same day. Then they got back to Keith and said, oh, we can't do it. We have to reschedule it. But the guy went on the stream with Sneeko on Sunday night anyway. So what's that? Keith said, yeah, I'm ready to go. Let's do it tonight. They said, oh, actually, we can't do it tonight. But then Sneeko and the guy did a stream anyway. Sneeko and Daniel. And here we are, it's Tuesday. I'm like, hey, so when's the debate? He goes, oh, they haven't scheduled it yet. Oh, really? So where are they? Where are they then? I am going to be debating Sneeko about this. We're doing our Controlled Chaos first show, inaugural show, coming up very soon. Me, Myron, Elijah, and Sneeko. And so me and Sneeko,
welcome everybody. Hope you like Nick.
About this on our first show on Rumble. It's going to be huge. This is a new show we're putting out. It's going to be 4 hosts. And I don't know how often we're going to do it.
Or whoever's talking right now.
We're going to be doing it in person in Miami. And so the big debate, listen, you know,
keep your friends close and your enemies closer,
right? I can't be debating all of
guys?
these Muslim henchmen. I can't be debating every Arabian with a pointy sword, with pointy shoes and a curved sword and like a feather hat. I can't be debating every single one of them. Okay, I can't fight Jafar's army. Give me the leader. Take me to your leader. I have to debate Saladin. I have to debate Muhammad himself. So I'm going to be debating Sneeko, the caliph of this Muslim thing that's going on over there. What did Tate call them? They called them the Haram police. I'm debating the chief of the Haram police. Save me. I don't need to fight all these other people. I don't need to fight all the scammers hanging out at the Egyptian pyramids. I don't need to debate everybody that's rotating around the cube. I'm not going to fight a billion Muslims. I'll fight the top guy. I'll fight the top Muslim. And so it's going to be head-to-head. Elijah and Myron will be there. I think Elijah's taking the side of the Muslims. He's converting. Myron's on my side because he likes hoes. And so, no, I don't know how they're going to line up. But it's going to be me and Sneeko on Controlled Chaos next month, and that's going to be the head-to-head matchup. We're already planning it. We'll announce it soon. And we're going to lock horns, and it's going to be a brutal debate. And, you know, only one person's going to leave the studio alive. The other 3 are going to die in the battle. So, anyway, so we're looking forward to that. We're finally going to settle it. And, you know, me and Sneeko are friends. But this is a religious war. This is a holy war. So we'll see him on the battlefield in October. Until then, I'm waiting for someone to debate Keith. No one wants to debate him. I think they're afraid of his superior white intellect. You know, their sort of inferior understanding of everything. That's why they're running away. So we'll
I know
see.
I made
We'll
a 2-lane highway, but I'm recording this one way.
So it'll be nice
specifically so they can crash.
We were debating the other day about the assassination attempt against Trump. He watched my show and he texted me and he's like, let's stop with the conspiratard stuff. I know you're an American, but come on now. I'm like, Keith, he's got a 40-year rap sheet. He never saw the inside of a prison cell. Explain that to me. He's like, who knows? I'm like, I know. He's a Fed, bro. Anyway, so it'll be nice to be rooting for Keith rather than him antagonizing me all the time. I said, I know you're a vassal colony with no guns, but it's a big deal to get caught with an automatic machine gun, actually. I know you don't understand because your cops carry sticks instead of fucking guns. But that's highly unusual and strange. Anyway, so whatever. So I'm fighting with everybody these days. But with that out of the way, so big debates are coming up. Sneeko versus me in the Controlled Chaos podcast. We will please don't ask me because we will announce the date soon. I always say we're doing something and I get 10 super chats. So when's that debate again? So what? Yeah, we'll announce it and I'll be promoting it. And then Keith Woods is supposed to debate this Daniel Hakakaju or something, Hakukapau. He's going to be debating this guy. I don't know. Okay, look, I don't know. He says he's from Texas. It doesn't sound like John Wayne, you know. Daniel Hakikaju. They're going to be debating it whenever this guy stops running away from the Neo-Platonist Crusader. But with that out of the way, we're going to dive into the latest on the emerging regional conflict in the Middle East. This is something that actually I agree with the Muslims about. So maybe this is like a nice little Christmas truce for us. This is our Yom Kippur truce. when the Christians and Muslims get together again to trash Israel a little bit. So it's a huge story earlier this morning, and I will say the timing is sort of interesting. Obviously, there was the second assassination attempt against President Trump on Sunday. Some very mysterious remarks from the U.S. Secret Service. One, Secret Service has confirmed that they did not sweep the golf course for some reason, and it's like, so how at Butler did they not control the nearest tall building? And there's a congressional hearing, and there's an investigation, and the head of the Secret Service is sacked. A former president gets shot for the first time in 40 years. Not since Ronald Reagan did a president or former president get actually take a bullet. How is it then that then on Sunday, they don't sweep the golf course before Trump goes out in the open air in the middle of a green field? It's a golf course. In addition to that, Secret Service says, and I quoted this last night, this was from the press conference, the head of the Secret Service said that there may be a geopolitical event in the future, which brings the United States into a kinetic war, which will increase the responsibilities or protectees of the Secret Service. And I highlighted that last night because although that might have slipped by unnoticed by a lot of people, that's actually kind of an ominous and peculiar statement. What does one have to do with the other? If the would-be assassin on Sunday was a nut job, a lone gunman who acted without outside help, why would that be related to a potential geopolitical event that would bring the United States into a full-scale war with, I mean, I'm assuming Russia, Iran, or some other country? And remember, the Trump assassination attempts are deeply connected in many ways to the ongoing conflict in Gaza. There was actually a third would-be assassin in the past several months. We covered it on this show. After Butler, Pennsylvania, there was allegedly intelligence that said that Iran was trying to kill President Trump, prompting Donald Trump himself to tweet, or rather post on Truth Social, that if Iran killed him, then Iran should be wiped off the map. Shortly thereafter, an arrest was made, or at least I should say, I believe an indictment was unsealed, which revealed that a Pakistani man with connections to Iran was in the United States looking to hire a mercenary to kill the president. And they said that was their Iranian connection. So remember, at Butler, Pennsylvania, the first assassination attempt, which was in mid-July, there was a lot of talk emanating from the intelligence community about a potential Iranian plot to kill the president. President Trump responded to that. Even Bibi Netanyahu addressed it when he spoke before Congress shortly thereafter, about 2 weeks later. And then an arrest was made. So there's not necessarily a connection here, but I do want to highlight that, just like I said last night, this 2024 presidential election is not really consequential domestically. What are the issues the Democrats are running on? Abortion? That is not significantly impactful for the country. It's obviously a very grave moral problem, but this is not, you know, it's not like it's a game changer for the United States. It's not like it's a game changer for, I think, an average person. And on the other side, with Donald Trump, I suppose it's immigration, but illegal immigration has been persistently high for 20 years. So, as we discussed last night, this election is really a referendum that's being acted upon by foreign powers on foreign conflicts. If Kamala wins, it's good news for Ukraine, it's bad news for Israel. If Trump wins, it's bad news for Ukraine, it's good news for Israel, it's good news for Russia. And so because there's so much stake outside the country for outside players, and specifically their military and intelligence community, that's why we're seeing a lot of foreign involvement in the election on social media, and I think that's why we're seeing increased threats, political violence, other things of that sort. So there's not necessarily a connection, but we do need to highlight that however it shakes out in November, it has enormous implications for foreign adversaries and foreign allies with very sophisticated influence operations and intelligence operations, which would point towards assassination attempts, threats, disinformation online. I just want to put that out there. So just like in July, there seems to be a conspicuous timing here again, and I just want to highlight that. But this morning, there was a massive cyber attack inside Lebanon, which is believed to be the work of Israel. Israel has not taken credit for it. The United States has said that they do not know who took, or rather, who is responsible for the attack, which I find hard to believe. But earlier today, thousands of pager devices, which Hezbollah uses for encrypted messaging, suddenly exploded all at once across Lebanon, also in Syria, and maybe in some cases in Iran. And apparently Hezbollah was using pager devices, which they had sourced from Taiwan, and that's literally what they are. They're pages, they're beepers. And they procured these in order to evade surveillance or detection or interception by Israeli intelligence. So they procured these thousands of pager devices from Taiwan in the last couple of months, and all of a sudden today, all at once, across Lebanon, Syria, and Iran, these pagers in possession of Hezbollah forces suddenly began to beep, overheat, and then explode all across the Middle East, although mostly in Lebanon, resulting in nearly 3,000 people injured and a dozen killed. They're blowing up in people's pockets, in people's hands, blowing up on the sidewalks, grocery stores, people riding bikes, in cars. One of them even injured the Iranian ambassador to Lebanon. And like I said, the devastation is significant. Hospitals are full. Across Lebanon, they're treating people with missing hands, missing fingers, missing legs. Some people's heads were blown off. And it is widely believed that Israel is responsible for the attack. And initially, the question was, obvious question, which I wondered, and I think other people did as well, how exactly, on a technical level, was this achieved? How was Israel able to get these devices to seemingly not only spontaneously malfunction, but also catastrophically malfunction to the point where they explode? And you may have heard, and I've heard of, lithium batteries being very dangerous if they're not manufactured properly. That's why they don't allow them on airplanes, these lithium batteries. Because in countries like China, where they don't have the same safety regulations, they regularly explode. And if you've heard about a Tesla catching fire or exploding, and they have a massive lithium battery, it's catastrophic. The explosion, the heat, the fire that it causes gets nearly impossible to put out, reaches very high temperatures, and like I said, they're very explosive. So initially there was a question about on a technical level, because it's such an unprecedented, novel attack, what exactly took place. And the question is, was Israel able to hack the devices and cause them to explode without manipulating the hardware? Did they hack the software, and then was there an exploit in the software that caused the battery to overheat, and then the battery itself exploded? And there's some sort of fault in the hardware? Or rather, did Israel intercept the actual pager devices, manually break into the devices and implant some kind of explosive, and then activate it remotely that way? That's the question, and it has enormous implications. Because if it is the former, then that means that nobody is safe. Any device with a battery that is connected to the 5G infrastructure, the Internet of Things, could theoretically be hacked by Israel and turned into a grenade, a remote-controlled grenade, or a remote-detonated explosive. Cars, scooters, bicycles, phones, portable chargers, it would all be vulnerable, theoretically. But what many people said, which is more likely, is that probably there was an explosive planted inside the device. And that is now the opinion of the media and the intelligence community, is that Israel intercepted a shipment of thousands of these pager devices from Taiwan. They implanted 1 or 2 ounces of explosive material, and then hacked into the devices, causing the battery to overheat, which then triggered the explosives, and that is why there was such a high yield. And it wasn't an extremely high yield, but they were far more explosive than a phone or a walkie-talkie or a pager normally could be, if it was not tampered with. So they intercepted the pagers, put explosives in them, sent them into Lebanon to Hezbollah. They were using them for encrypted messaging. And then today, and they say that they did this early because there was risk of detection, activated the explosives, blowing up everyone that had them. And the users of the devices said that it appeared as though they were receiving a message from the leadership of Hezbollah. The device started beeping, slowly began to overheat. That's when some people discarded the devices. Others weren't so lucky. And then the devices exploded seconds later. And again, it maimed thousands of people, filling up the hospitals, and has the added effect of bringing down the encrypted communications network run by Hezbollah, which may be a prelude. That might be an action that precipitates a major offensive. So this is a story from the New York Times. It goes into some of the details here. That's his quote. Hundreds of pagers carried by Hezbollah members exploded simultaneously across Lebanon on Tuesday, a day after Israeli officials said they were ready to step up attacks against the Iranian-backed militia. The pagers killed at least 11 people and wounded 2,700 others. Witnesses reported smoke coming from pants pockets before loud bangs knocked people off their feet. Hezbollah said at least 8 of its fighters had been killed. Lebanon's health minister said that one of those killed was an 8-year-old girl, and that many victims had maimed hands and injured eyes. The health ministry put hospitals on maximum alert and asked citizens to throw out the pagers. Hezbollah has used pagers for years to make it harder for messages to be intercepted. At 3:30 p.m., the pagers received a message appearing as though it was coming from Hezbollah leadership. According to 2 officials familiar with the attack, the pagers beeped for several seconds before exploding. According to American and other officials briefed on the attack, Israel hid explosive material in a shipment of Taiwanese-made pagers imported into Lebanon. The explosive material, as little as 1 or 2 ounces, was inserted next to the battery in each pager. The pagers, which Hezbollah had ordered from the Gold Apollo company in Taiwan, had been tampered with before they reached Lebanon. Over 3,000 were ordered from that company. Hezbollah distributed them to its members throughout Lebanon, and some reached the group's allies in Iran and Syria. In Syria, exploding pagers injured at least 14 people, according to the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights. The pagers exploded a day after senior Biden administration official Amos Hochstein met in Tel Aviv with Israel's defense minister Yoav Gallant in an effort to prevent Israel's conflict with Hezbollah from escalating into an all-out war. So let's talk about this novel attack. First of all, I don't believe we've ever heard of specifically this kind of an attack before. As we know, Israel's intelligence specializes in assassinations, and they're very creative about it. The most recent high-profile assassination was perpetrated against Ismail Haniyeh, the political leader of Hamas, in Tehran. In that case, Israeli intelligence had infiltrated a compound controlled by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard months in advance of the visit and planted explosives there. But we've heard of such a thing. We've heard of remote detonated explosives. And in other cases, Israel has used poisoning. And they've used airstrikes, and they've used snipers, and all sorts of things. But I don't think we've ever seen something like this before, where consumer electronics, or even you could argue, I suppose this is a commercial or military electronics, in this quantity, being intercepted, tampered with, and then simultaneously detonated. It's an extremely ambitious, sophisticated, novel attack. I don't think we've ever heard of anything like this. And the nature of it, let's just be honest, is terroristic. This is, by definition, terrorism. Because the Israeli leadership does not know where these devices are. This would be as if they planted grenades on thousands of unsuspecting people in Lebanon, sent them out into their daily life, into a school, a workplace, a hospital, a grocery store, a gas station, and then blew them up. In essence, they turned thousands of Hezbollah forces into suicide bombers inside the capital city of Lebanon, mostly inside Beirut and in its suburbs. And one of the casualties, one of the dead, was an 8-year-old girl. They don't know who the fighters are with and where the pagers are and where they might be in proximity to other people. Israel excuses the attack by saying that it's a low-yield explosive, so the chance of collateral damage is lower. But they don't know that. And if you saw on social media today, many high-profile American Jews and pro-Zionist Jews and Israelis were gloating about the attack. Ben Shapiro was making jokes about it. He said that you have to call them Hezbollah because Israel took their balls. Hezbollah took their balls, now they're Hezbollah. And certainly it's an ambitious and sophisticated attack. Obviously, Israel has a massive advantage over Lebanon. But there's something implicit in that which is so sick and disturbing about how Jews operate. And yes, I'm going to say Jews, because Ben Shapiro is not an Israeli, and he's a Zionist because he's a Jew. And I'll describe this dynamic, and you tell me if this sounds familiar and if you agree with this. On October 7th, when Hamas infamously leaped over the border and began killing people and soldiers and taking hostages, we hear until this day about how this was their 9/11. But worse, because on a per capita basis, there were dozens the times as many casualties on October 7th that there were on 9/11, proportionate to the population. And we hear about the horrors, the sexual crimes. We hear about babies in ovens, decapitated babies. We hear about all these things. They say it's the single deadliest day for the Jews since the Holocaust. More dead Jews on October 7th in a single day than any time during either of the Intifadas, during the Yom Kippur War, during the Six-Day War, during 56 crisis, during 48. Not since the Holocaust. In one day did so many Jews perish, and Hamas will pay. They're animals. We have to kill them. That's the rhetoric. Today, Israel remotely detonates thousands of pager devices. They don't even know where they are. They're in people's pockets. They're in people's hands. They're lying on a counter. And they maim thousands of people, blow their hands and fingers off, blow their ears off. They're losing limbs, killing children, startling people in the vicinity. They've turned the entire country into a war zone. They've turned densely populated cities and suburbs into a war zone where low-yield explosives are blowing up in people's homes, in common areas. And when you see the videos of the hospitals, which are overrun and filled with people bleeding to death and missing limbs and fingers and appendages, the Jews laugh. They laugh and they make jokes about it, and they say, "You're missing your balls. We took your hands. Israel touched you." And they gloat about the bloodshed and the violence, even though there's civilian casualties, even though there's collateral damage, even though it's totally inhumane. Maiming people's hands and fingers is obviously not a legitimate way to fight a war. Wars are about strategic objectives, and they're about putting pressure on the civilian government. They're about killing people or disabling the war-making capability of a nation. They're not about literally maiming and disfiguring people. But this is how they fight. They accuse the Muslims of being terrorists, and then they themselves engage in terrorist tactics. They use snipers to target toddlers. They indiscriminately kill women and children. They bomb areas where refugees have been instructed to resettle and evacuate. They use banned illegal munitions like white phosphorus. They use assassinations against civilian targets. They target civilian infrastructure. They conduct audacious airstrikes against schools and hospitals because they say there's military targets underneath, which may or may not be true. Raise civilian infrastructure to the ground in Gaza. These are terrorist tactics. These are tactics that are intended to create terror and fear in the population. They're using violence for a political end in order to terrify the public, typically using brutal, inhumane, and indiscriminate methods. That's the definition of terrorism. And so it begs the question, is Israel against terrorism? Does Israel actually oppose terrorism, or do they only oppose terrorism when it is done to them? That's the operative question. When Ben Shapiro cries about Jews that are killed on October 7th, is he upset because it is wrong when innocent people die? It is wrong when women and children die? It is wrong when hostages are taken? It is wrong when people are tortured? It is wrong when people use terrorist tactics? Or does Ben Shapiro believe it is wrong when those are inflicted by Jewish people, but that it is perfectly reasonable for Jewish people to use those tactics against everybody else? Clearly, it is the latter, because there's a long history in Israel of terrorism. As a matter of fact, the early Zionist leaders who founded groups like the Irgun, the Stern Gang, the Haganah, they take credit for inventing terrorism. There was an interview with Menachem Begin in the 1940s, and he was interviewed by an American journalist. They said, "How do you feel about the public perception that you are the father of terrorism in the Middle East?" And he retorted and said, "In the Middle East, I'm the father of terrorism in the entire world. We invented terrorism in the entire world." And it's true. The early Zionist settlers, when they rebelled against their British colonial rulers, after the British imposed restrictions on entry to the Mandate of Palestine, they engaged in terrorism. And they actually invented, just like today, novel means of using explosives and other weapons to terrify the occupying force. They are largely given credit for inventing the modern-day bus bombing, blowing up buses and automobiles with explosives. They invented it. And they carried out throughout the occupation by the British brutal acts of terrorism, false flag acts of terrorism against civilian and
See if
military
YouTube
targets, against
keeps this
infrastructure and
video
personnel,
up. That'll suck if it gets
in some cases against Americans.
muted.
And then, when they became a state in 1948, they merely formalized that violence by calling the previous terrorist groups the military. Before Israel was a sovereign state recognized by the United Nations and the United States, they were terrorist groups. They were militant terrorist groups conducting irregular warfare using terroristic methods. But you see, then they became a state, and they formalized and legitimized the violence by calling all the terrorists and terrorist leaders the military. And so the Haganah became the IDF, and the leaders and the progenitors of terrorism became the generals and the ministers of the Israeli government. And then it became warfare. Then, when they went during the Nakba in 1948, and when they engaged in other massacres in the 60s and 70s, well, then they just called that warfare, as opposed to terrorism. Because when you have a state and when you have a standing military, well, you can just call that legitimate violence. Even if the means are the same, the Palestinians are using similar means as the Israelis. But since the Palestinians don't have a state and don't have recognition and don't have the formalization and legitimization of a government, well, they're terrorists. But because Israel has those things, when they do it, it's warfare. And this is the classic double standard when you're dealing with Jews, which is they can do anything they'd like to any non-Jew. Lie, cheat, steal, kill. Terrorism. Name call. Racial hatred, bigotry, whatever you want to say. When Jews or Israelis do it against others, it's perfectly fine. When Gentiles or non-Jews do it to Jews, it's the Holocaust. It's the most heinous crime imaginable. They're Hamas. They're an Intifada. They're terrorists. They're murderers, barbarians, savages. This is an act of terrorism. Blowing up 3,000 devices in Lebanon and Syria across the Middle East simultaneously without warning with the intention of maiming everybody is an act of terrorism. And it's something that is so malicious, you can imagine the Israelis, they had to actually deconstruct these devices and place the explosives. They knew what they were doing. And it's also, by the way, not even supposed to be necessary. Israel has a nuclear arsenal. So they have a nuclear deterrent. No other country in the Middle East, contrary to what people say, has or is even close to acquiring a nuclear arsenal, much less the capability of miniaturizing a nuclear warhead and putting it on a missile, which is what would be really required for it to be a deterrent or for it to have parity with Israel. Not only that, but Israel has a superior conventional military to just about any other neighboring state, with the exception maybe of Iran and its proxies, like Hezbollah. But between their nuclear and conventional deterrent, why do they need to be putting explosives inside walkie-talkies to kill everybody? Well, there's a very good answer to that question. It's not a rhetorical question. Israel is becoming increasingly bold in their attacks. This is only the latest, because it is their intention to goad Hezbollah and Iran into attacking Israel. Once you understand that it is their intention to provoke and to catalyze conflict, then it makes perfect sense why they would do something so heinous. And like I said, it's only the latest action. In April of this year, they assassinated, or rather they blew up the Iranian consulate in Damascus, Syria, in Syria's capital, killing 7 Iranian generals. That was deliberately provocative. They attacked a diplomatic building, which is in violation of the most basic conventions on warfare, agreed upon by all nations, and they killed high-ranking Iranian military personnel. It was a deliberately provocative action that was intended to draw Iran into attacking Israel. Because Israel knows that the only way the United States will fight Iran and Hezbollah on their behalf is if Israel is attacked first. If Israel attacked Hezbollah and Iran first, the United States would not fight their war. Or, I should say, it would be less likely that the United States would fight their war. So what Israel has undertaken in the past 6 or 7 months, as the fighting in Gaza winds down, and as they continue to decimate the civilian population there, is they have begun to mobilize their forces to the north as they provoke Lebanon, Syria, and Iran with increasingly bold and provocative actions. The attack against the ambassador, even that was not the first. It was followed up in August by the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran on the day of the inauguration of Iran's new president, which was done by hidden explosives inside of his suite. Another deliberate provocation, the timing, the nature of it, killing a political leader in the middle of ceasefire negotiations, actually killing the leader that is the one pushing for a ceasefire, but not only doing that, but doing it in the Iranian capital, humiliating Iran, and on the day of the inauguration of their new president. So there's layers to this. In April, they blow up Iran's embassy and kill their generals. Diplomats and personnel are supposed to be safe in diplomatic buildings. It's breaking the rules of war to blow that up. That was their first provocation of this new phase of the war. In August, they killed the political leader of Hamas, an ally of Iran, inside Iran's capital on inauguration day of their new president after his predecessor died in a helicopter crash. Today, they hack the devices of thousands of Hezbollah personnel and blow them up, maiming everybody, blowing up their hands and legs, and probably, yes, their balls and faces, and 8-year-old girls. And it's another escalation which is deliberately intended to goad Hezbollah into attacking Israel. And if you notice, in each case, Iran and Hezbollah are restrained. After the attack in April, Iran retaliated with 300 to 400 projectiles, suicide drones, which came out first, and they're very slow, so they were detected early by American radar in Iraq, so that Israel, Jordan, the United States, France, and the United Kingdom could intercept them first and understand which facilities were being targeted. Then came the cruise and ballistic missiles shortly after. In a word, it was telegraphed. Iran telegraphed their response. They waited 2 weeks. They sent out the slowest moving suicide drones first so that the coalition could anticipate where and when the projectiles would land to coordinate their anti-missile systems to shoot down the projectiles. Then came the cruise and ballistic missiles, and virtually all of them were shot down. A small percentage of the projectiles hit their intended targets, one in the desert in the south, another hit a base in the north. And that was their restrained, 2-week late, telegraphed retaliation for killing 7 top officials in an embassy in a foreign country, the capital of their allies. In August, when Israel blew up the political leader of Hamas in Tehran on inauguration day, Iran didn't respond at all. And they didn't respond because guess who came to Israel's defense? Iran was preparing, in a matter of days, a massive counterattack against Israel. And if you recall, all international flights were canceled into Israel. European airplane companies, United States, all of them canceled all international travel. They cleared the entire Israeli airspace, and they said they wouldn't resume until the end of this month, the end of September. Iran was imminently going to attack Israel on its soil, potentially actually hitting targets inside its major cities, which would be an escalation from April. But guess who came to Israel's rescue? The United States. The United States deployed 2 aircraft carriers to the region, deployed over 24 warships, which is the biggest naval presence that the United States has had in the Middle East since the start of the invasion of Iraq in 2003, kind of an ominous warning. Deployed more fighter jets, more military personnel, more soldiers. Tried to bring back together the coalition of Jordan and other NATO countries to defend Israel. And it was only then that Iran backed off, because they knew that if they gave Israel what they wanted, again, Israel is begging Iran and Hezbollah to attack them by blowing up the embassy, the terrorist attack in Tehran, and it achieved its intended effect. Israel is attacking its enemies, Israel is attacking its adversaries, and when the adversaries try to retaliate against Israel, the United States fills in. And the United States has steadily increased its presence in the region to deter counterattacks from Iran and Hezbollah. And so Iran saw in August that if they attacked Israel, the United States could wipe them off the map. the United States could bomb their oil fields. The United States could bomb their nuclear complex or their major cities. Or devastate the Iranian Revolutionary Guard network, its axis in Iraq, Syria, and other countries. So they pulled back. That was last month. Now here we are again. Israel blows up the pagers of thousands of people. What is Hezbollah and Iran supposed to do? When Israel is attacked on October 7th, it justifies a war that will go into its second year in 2 weeks. After October 7th, Israel instantly put in place a blockade, started an unrelenting bombing campaign that has destroyed more than half of the infrastructure in the entire Gaza Strip. According to some estimates, they've killed perhaps hundreds of thousands of people. It goes on to this day. And they're killing, yesterday they killed 60 people in the Gaza Strip. It's like 4 or 5 dozen people on any given day. And it's always going on. That was their justified, legitimate response, so they say, to October 7th, which the United States supports unconditionally. But when Israel blows up the embassy, and blows up Tehran, and then blows up everybody's pagers in Beirut, Iran and Hezbollah cannot counterattack? Iran, Hezbollah, Syria have no right to retaliate? Because the United States deploys 24 warships to ensure that they don't? Because if they defend themselves, if they reply to novel, heinous terrorist attacks, the United States will bomb them? Israel gets to conduct a years-long genocide because of October 7th, but every single provocation by Israel, no response is justified? This is the current paradigm. And understand, it's not about necessarily Iran's right to reply. It's not about Lebanon's right to reply. Think about what is going on here. Israel sees Iran as the only threat in the Middle East to Israel's hegemony. If it were not for Iran, which influences Shiite Muslims across the region and regimes, Iran influences Syria, Lebanon, the Shiite population in Iraq, the Shiite population in Saudi Arabia's eastern province, in Bahrain, and the other Gulf Emirates, in Yemen. If it were not for Iran and its Islamic revolutionary government, which inspires Shiite Muslims and influences them across the region, if it was not for their Iranian Revolutionary Guard, which is trained up and equipped and funded militias and Shiite groups across the region, and if it was not for the oil wealth of Iran, which comes from the Persian Gulf, and its strategic alliances with China and Russia, Israel would completely dominate the region. If Iran and its Islamic supreme leader, its Islamic revolutionary government were not in power, Israel, with the backing of the United States, would completely dominate the region. Nobody could stand opposed to them. Not Egypt, which is perpetually bankrupt. Not Libya, which is in the midst of a civil war. Not Sudan, which is perpetually in a state of civil war. Not Saudi Arabia, which could not even defeat Yemen, and it's not effectively a real country. Not Iraq, which was destroyed by the United States. Not Syria, which was destroyed by a civil war backed by the United States, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey. And if Iran is gone, no one will challenge them. And they will dominate the region. And this was the goal from the very beginning. Whether October 7th was a security failure or it was planned obsolescence, they intended for Hamas to be successful, whether it was a crisis that was manufactured or one they merely took advantage of, Netanyahu and the Likud leadership in the government resolved on that day that they would use that crisis cynically to bring the United States in to defeat their only remaining rival in the region. And in doing so, enable themselves to finally solve the Palestinian question. And in doing that, elevate Israel to the status of uncontested regional hegemon. That was the plan from the very beginning. They saw it from day one, and even before that. On October 7th, they said, we are going to use this provocation to annihilate Gaza. In doing so, we will provoke Iran and its proxies. In doing that, we will then engage the Iranian axis in Yemen, Lebanon, and other countries. We will be forced to rely on the United States and draw them into the conflict. When we finish defeating Hamas in Gaza so that there is no military force to resist Israel in Gaza, and once we've conducted significant operations in the West Bank, they said we will then provoke Hezbollah and Iran into attacking Israel first. In doing so, the United States would back Israel in a major operation against Hezbollah, which solves the problem on their northern border. And maybe then force the United States into a confrontation with Iran itself, which is the head of the snake. They are the source of the organization, training, funding, and equipment of all of these groups, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and the Islamic resistance in Iraq, or the mobilization forces. And when all is said and done, when Iran is strategically defeated, when Hezbollah is diminished, then Israel will be able to implement a one-state solution. When Iran and Hezbollah are no longer threatened, when Israel no longer fears Iran's missiles or the IRGC, when Israel is no longer threatened by 150,000 missiles and personnel that Hezbollah has on its northern border, then Israel will be free to annex Gaza, annex the West Bank, annex South Lebanon. And they will achieve what the revisionist Zionists wanted from the very beginning, which is one state. And they will begin gradually ejecting Palestinians, potentially into Jordan, into the Sinai, as refugees into Europe and the United States, or simply treating them as second-class citizens, imprisoning them, killing them when it's necessary. But it doesn't stop there, because once Israel defeats Iran, and no one can challenge them and they've annexed all this land, there's a few other things that follow from that, which is potentially seizing the Sinai Peninsula. And maybe it entails destroying the Al-Aqsa Mosque and building a third temple on top of it. And with Israel's control now of the Middle East, they then control the Suez Canal. They then control the energy resources in the Persian Gulf. They control the sovereign wealth funds of the Gulf states. They control the gateway between Europe, Asia, and Africa. And people, maybe you can't imagine it right now. People have no idea that Israel is deadly serious about becoming an imperial global power. We think of Israel as, some people have called it a vassal state, a satellite state. That is not how they see themselves. Think the United Kingdom. Think France. Think Germany. Think Iran. They want to be and Iran even less so. They want to be and have designs on becoming a global power. And increasingly, thanks to technology and the catastrophic divisions in every other country, like the United States and Europe, because of immigration and liberalism and so on, there may be a scenario where Israel has the upper hand over the United States. They do now, in effect, but not theoretically. But in the future, it may be the case that Israel does actually have the upper hand over the United States if they are not stopped, if they are not strategically defeated in this conflict, if they're allowed to destroy Iran and there's no balance in the region. That is what they are planning for, and that's what they've discussed for decades in their strategic thinking. If you know anything about Netanyahu and the pedigree that he comes from, this political pedigree from the Likud party that goes all the way back to the early Zionist settlers, make no mistake about it, that is their plan. So what this entails, this attack in Lebanon, well, necessarily there will have to be a response from Hezbollah and Iran. If Israel blows up all the pager devices in Lebanon, Hezbollah has to reply. The question is, will they? Because what has been established after Israel's attack on Iran in August is that they can attack with impunity. When Israel bombed the embassy in Syria in April, Iran retaliated. And so some semblance of deterrence was reestablished. Israel attacked Iran attacked Israel, and Israel did not reply. But in August, when Israel attacked Hamas inside of Iran, and Iran said they would reply, but didn't, and they had no choice because the United States was there. I mean, they did have a choice, but they didn't want to boldly cross a red line. They established that there is no deterrence, and that Israel can attack Iran, Syria, and Lebanon with impunity. You can blow up a political leader inside the capital of Iran and not face any retaliation at all. And so it goes. In September, Israel does this bold maneuver. And they do it because they expect that Iran and Hezbollah won't reply. And they will continue to escalate. And they will continue to do it in a humiliating manner because you understand that these types of attacks demand a reply from the people. Iran calculated in August that it could not attack Israel because the United States would bomb Iran. But Iran was humiliated on the international stage and with their own people. Because if Israel is blowing up allies of Iran inside its country and Iran doesn't reply, they're telling their people they are weak. Imagine if the United States was attacked in its capital and we didn't do anything. We would overthrow the government. And so it's putting pressure on the whole society. By doing these, they're not just attacks, but they're very provocative and they're very humiliating. They're very bold. So blowing up the leader in Tehran on Inauguration Day was meant to instill in the public a loss of confidence in their government. And the attack on Lebanon today was meant to instill a sense of terror and fear in the people. What do the people think when they see pagers blowing up all around them? They say, will Hezbollah protect us? Will our government protect us from Israel? Imagine the fear. What if you lived in Beirut and you had a phone in your pocket after today? Would you say, is this device hacked by Israel? Can I even have a battery? Can I have a phone? If they can hit anyone everywhere, who is safe? And if Hezbollah won't reply, who will protect us? Israel can touch anybody everywhere, and they'll do so ruthlessly. So Hezbollah, you understand, they have to reply. They have to attack Israel. They can't because the United States will defend Israel. But they can't not because if they don't, then they establish a precedent, which is that Israel can do these kinds of things to Lebanon and to its people without any retaliation. So what Israel is doing in a very calculated way is checkmating Iran and Hezbollah, where they're damned if they do, damned if they don't. If Iran and Hezbollah attack Israel, they're fucked. Because then America defends Israel, even though, really, Hezbollah and Iran are defending themselves. But you know how it goes. If they attack Israel, America will intervene to defend Israel, and they will inflict casualties on Hezbollah and Iran. And it's off to the races. Then it continues to escalate, and the United States is in a full-blown war against Hezbollah and Iran. And who knows what could come next? False flags? Maybe there's an attack in America. They blame it on Hezbollah. Once you start, you can't stop. So let's say Hezbollah and Iran attack Israel. Then the United States has to bomb Iran on its soil and Hezbollah in Lebanon. Then let's say there's a false flag in America. Now we're in a war. Now America is fighting Israel's enemies, defending our country, even though we really have nothing to do with it. So Hezbollah and Iran are damned if they do. But if they don't, then Israel can keep pushing them. Israel can keep bombing them in their countries, consulates, embassies, assassinating political leaders, civilian leaders, military leaders, killing civilians, blowing up densely populated urban areas, airstrikes, you name it. They'll push and they'll push and they'll push, and eventually they respond, damned. If they don't, they keep getting attacked, also damned. And then eventually, if they keep getting attacked, there'll be civil unrest. There'll be a coup. A hawk in the military or in the government will make a play for the seat of power. There'll be a color revolution in the capital. They'll decapitate the regimes without a war. These are the options. And it's like I said from the start, that is why the role of the United States is not to stay out. In order to stay out, we must restrain Israel. Have you noticed that? All the Zionist Jews, they say, keep giving Israel more and more money. If you don't give Israel money, they'll nuke everybody. And then you say, hey man, I'm America first. And they say, yeah, America should stay out of it, but also keep giving us money. There's only one pathway, and that is for America to restrain Israel. It is for America to take action against Israel. America must use its considerable leverage and its own abilities over Israel to restrain it from drawing everybody into a regional war, because that's not in our interest. And ask yourself this. Bibi Netanyahu disrespects our president. He comes to Congress and demands more money. He's waging this war even though our president told him to stop. He's bombing civilians, sacking the defense minister, doing these things that our personnel are telling him not to do. And yet, we seem to not be able to influence domestic affairs in Israel at all. After October 7th, Netanyahu had a single-digit approval rating. And in this entire time has had a barely fledgling coalition majority in the Knesset. And if that government goes, there's a ceasefire. And yet we have not been able to remove Netanyahu from office. Maybe we're not even trying. We have no influence over their media. We have no influence over their government. We have no influence over their elections. Apparently, we don't have spies there. We're not taking anybody out. We're not doing anything. But while this is going on, Israel is influencing our society. When our American representatives from Kentucky and Missouri and New York vote against foreign aid to Israel, Israel's foreign lobby pumps money in these districts to get them to lose races. And when our Ivy League university presidents allow Palestinian protests to take place on the campus, it's pro-Israel Jewish billionaires that force congressional hearings, media campaigns to get the presidents of those universities fired. And they almost single-handedly resurrected Trump's campaign. All the big Jewish donors flipped after October 7th to back Trump and put him back in the game. And now all these Israelis are pushing Trump and influencing our presidential election. So go figure. There's no color revolution in Israel. There are no special operations in Israel. We're not manipulating their information ecosystem. We're not influencing their elections, their cabinet, their political decisions. We don't exert pressure. We don't do any special operations. We don't spy. But they are influencing our society to support them as they drag us into their war. And people say, let them kill each other. People say, let the Israelis and the Muslims kill each other. It belies the actual nature of the situation. People say, stay out of it. Well, how can we when our society is infiltrated top to bottom by their people? If Jews run Hollywood, the media, the banks, the universities, if they run Congress, and Israel's the Jewish state, how could we ever stay out of it? How could we ever? Our Secretary of State, the top diplomat, who runs the diplomatic mission of the United States of America, Antony Blinken, he's a Jew. He went to Israel after October 7th and said, I'm not coming to you just as America's Secretary of State, I'm coming to you as a Jew. When he said that, Biden should have suspended or revoked his citizenship and told him never to return. Oh, you're not our Secretary of State, you're a Jew? Well, guess what? Your citizenship has been canceled. You cannot return to the United States. You're fired, and you can remain there. You can live out the rest of your days in the Jewish state if you're Jew, and not the Secretary of State. But that's how our government functions. Look at the whole Biden cabinet. Guess who the Secretary of Homeland Security is, which administers the Secret Service? Alejandro Mayorkas, a Jew, who used to run the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society. Go figure. The head of DHS, which administers ICE, Customs and Border Patrol, and the U.S. border, but also Secret Service, is a Jew who worked for a pro-immigration group that resettles illegals and refugees in the country. Secretary of State is pro-Israel Jewish. Secretary of Homeland Security runs Secret Service and the border. Jewish, pro-Israel. And it's like this top to bottom. Those are just two out of dozens in the cabinet. It's hopeless. And people say the problem is, well, we need to stop sending them aid. We need to stay out of it. No, we need to get involved. But we need to get involved and treat Israel like the rogue state that it is. When North Korea is shooting missiles and conducting nuclear tests, Trump forced China to rein them in. Because North Korea is a rogue revisionist power that relies on China that was inviting the United States to engage in a war on China's doorstep. So China reined them in. Can we do the same with Israel? Is it even in the cards for us? Is it even possible? Do we even have the capability? Who would even do it? The CIA is infiltrated top to bottom. Who would even do it? The Pentagon is infiltrated top to bottom. The White House is infiltrated. Who would even do it? The media is infiltrated. The universities are infiltrated. Wall Street is infiltrated. Who would even stop them? Who would even try to restrain Israel in America? We don't even have that ability because we can't trust the people in the government because they have an allegiance to Israel. Now you understand. We are an occupied nation. We are occupied by an alien people. They're not like us. They're not loyal to America. It's like I said at the beginning. When their people are killed, boo-hoo, it's another Holocaust. When 3,000 people are maimed because you put explosives in their pockets, they're laughing. Because that's how they look at outsiders versus insiders. And those people are running our government. They're running our society. And when we say this is a problem, the Jews in the media say, well, I agree, we should stay out of it. That's the most they'll say. We can't stay out of it. We have got to get deeply involved. And we've got to bring Israel back and restrain them. We should make a diplomatic overture to Iran. Why? And think about it this way. China has relations with Iran and Israel. Russia has relations with Iran and Israel. They all have relations with Iran, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Turkey. We are the stupid country that only has a relationship with Israel. Israel won't let us talk to Iran. We're like the cut boyfriend. Israel won't let us talk. Our wife, Israel, gets to talk to all the guys. Israel gets to talk to Russia. Israel gets to be a Belt and Road country. Israel gets to have relations with all the countries. We're not permitted to talk to Iran. She would kill us. If she saw us talking to Iran, if she saw us texting Iran, she'd kill us. We can't talk to Iran. China and Russia get to talk to both. Saudi Arabia gets to talk to Russia and China and the United States. Here's the point. Saudi Arabia is a Belt and Road country and it's an IMEC country. Saudi Arabia takes investment from China, but they also take investment from the United States because they're looking for the best deal. They get security from the United States, a defense guarantee, but they get cash and credit from China. So they get the best of both worlds for their country. They're in BRICS, but they also want an alliance with the United States. Last year they acceded to the BRICS alliance, but they also are seeking an Abraham alliance, a defense guarantee from the United States. They're talking to everybody because it's an evolving multipolar world and they're looking to get the best deal. Israel talks to everybody. Israel talks to China and the United States. They talk to Russia and the United States. They talk to Russia and Ukraine. But the United States can't talk to Israel and Iran. We don't have a beef with Iran, but we're not allowed to. We're not allowed to build a relationship with Iran because Iran is Israel's sworn enemy. Now they're our sworn enemy. So in this situation, it would actually be beneficial to build up Iran, normalize diplomatic relations with Iran, have Iran normalize with its neighbors, which now China is brokering anyway. China brokered a deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia. Iran is investing billions in Egypt. Syria is rebuilding relations with these other Arab countries. The Middle East is coming together. Iran and Syria are normalizing relations whether we're involved or not. And if we were smart, we would reintegrate Iran and seek a balance between Iran and Israel. And we would play them off of each other so that no single state would dominate the immense resources in the Middle East. because the trade and the resources are immense in the Suez Canal and the Strait of Hormuz, in the Persian Gulf, and in the oil fields and the surrounding land. It is in our security interest that neither Israel nor Iran dominates that region, and that neither dominates the oil resources or the critical shipping routes. And so a smart American foreign policy would not lean out and let Israel control everything. Who does that benefit? We would lean in, and we would manipulate both. We would manipulate Israel, and we would treat them like a satellite, and we'd manipulate Iran. We would make a play for Iran and make them our ally, like they were. Used to be a two-pillar strategy in Iran and Iraq, were two pillars in the region, Iran and Saudi Arabia. They were the two pillars in the Middle East. Now Iran is a sworn adversary. And the only reason they're a sworn adversary is because of the makeup of the region. Iran, because it is a revolutionary Shiite Muslim government, is going to have ideological influence over all of the Shiite populations that span all of those countries in the Gulf, in Iraq and Syria, in Lebanon. And they're going to use that to challenge Israel's hegemony over the region. But the United States should be the hegemon, not Israel, not Iran, we should. And just like we played Iran and Iraq off each other, or Iran and Saudi Arabia, we now need to play Iran and Israel off of each other. That is what would be good politics for the United States. Why would we cede Iran and all of its capabilities and its oil to China and Russia? Our sanctions have destroyed their country. They're looking to make a deal now, and that's the other story. Probably don't have time to cover it. But our other story tonight is that the incoming Iranian reformist president actually wants a diplomatic relationship with the United States and has said they do not seek to acquire a nuclear arsenal, and that's why they've only enriched their uranium to 60%. They had to do it because Trump ripped up the Iranian nuclear deal, which is what Netanyahu wanted. So what we need to think about is our posture towards the world. This is a great country. We could rule the world. We still have the land, the resources, the population. We have the bones to be the capital of an empire. We do. We have one of the biggest populations in the world, one of the biggest countries by land mass in the world. We do have natural resources. We don't have all the ones we need, but we have ones that other countries need. We have institutions, entrepreneurship, capital, ships, nukes. And so we still could use our posture to dominate the world. But the question is, do we want an America First foreign policy? Do we want to have an imperial reach that serves American citizens? Or are we going to be ripped apart and sold for scrap by parasites to advance their imperial ambitions? Because that's what's going on now. All of our immense wealth and power and might, all of our advantages are being used to create a pathway for Israel to become an imperial power. And in doing so, we're undercutting the pillars and foundation of our power. So it is a parasitic relationship. We are declining as a power so that Israel can become a great power. They're not a satellite. They're not a welfare queen. They're not another one of our allies that should be weaned off of the dole. They're sucking the blood out of our country to build their own. It's cannibalism. We're being eaten alive. They're cannibalizing us. They have infiltrated our entire society. People like Bill Ackman. He's a Wall Street billionaire. He's a hedge fund manager, and he's using his resources to get the Harvard president fired for criticizing Israel. He should be deported. He should not be able to use his resources to benefit another country. Miriam Adelson is putting $100 million into our election to get a pro-Israel outcome, and she speaks with an Israeli accent on behalf of Israel. She should not be allowed to do that. We should either confiscate her money or deport her and flag all of her money. It should not be influencing our system. How could we be a great power if we're being controlled by an aspiring great power? As proud as the Jews are, do you think the Jews want to have to come to our Congress, hat in hand, and beg for money, knowing what you know about these people? You think they take pleasure in that? You think Ben Shapiro has any affinity for Americans? He thinks we're all idiots. Think about the way he talks. When you watch Shapiro's show, everybody's an idiot. Oh, you idiot. Everybody's a moron. Everybody's this. They think they're better than us. They think they're superior. They think that we're animals and they're people. That's why they'll blow people's hands off and laugh about it, but they'll cry when bad things happen to them. They're not Christian. There's no loving thy neighbor over there. It's Leviticus. They're savagely genociding their neighbor and their adversary. You think they don't see us as an adversary? They see us as a latent adversary. What's the mantra again about the Holocaust? Never again, never again. What do you think Ben Shapiro thinks about Germany? Do you think Ben Shapiro wants Germany to be a great imperial power? Do you think he holds a grudge? What's the largest white ethnicity in America? I think it's Germans at this point. You think Ben Shapiro knows about the American Bund? Do you think Ben Shapiro knows about the considerable support for the Germans in World War II that took place in America, or the anti-Semitism from people like Charles Lindbergh or Henry Ford? Do you think he knows about that? When he hears America First, do you think he thinks about the America First Committee and Charles Coughlin and Henry Ford and the International Jew? I think he does. What do you think Ben Shapiro would think about America if America became that? What do you think Shapiro would think about America if it became powerful and mighty and confident against Israel? You think he'd like America still? You think he'd still like this place? You think he'd still live here? I think he'd turn on a dime. I don't even think he'd turn. I think a resentment and a hatred that's been there from the beginning would just come to the surface. I think a sublimated hatred would very much become unsublimated. It would boil up to the surface. And these are the people that are our billionaires. These are the people that are controlling the universities, Hollywood, media, Congress. And they don't think Israel's going to be a satellite state for much longer, not in name or in effect. Ruthlessly, they are here with an apocalyptic, religious, messianic conviction that they are here to make America weak and Israel strong. And we're letting it happen. And we're being told by Jews to feel the same way. Hey, just stay out of it, man. Let them do what they want. That's what Vance said. That's what J.D. Vance said in his speech in June. We need to give them what they need so they can conduct their own foreign policy. Let them do what they want. Oh, really? Since when has America said that to anybody? Let them do what they want? Do we say that about Russia, China, France, Germany? When Germany built the Nord Stream pipeline, did we say, let them conduct an independent foreign policy? When Russia invaded Georgia and then Ukraine, did we say, let them conduct an independent foreign policy? When China took the South China Sea, started building artificial islands, did we say, hey, let them conduct an independent... We're getting on the case about their domestic policy with the Uyghurs. On and on and on it goes, like this. When Venezuela talks about seizing the Essequibo from Guyana, do we let them conduct a foreign policy? Come on, let them do what they want. We're still in Okinawa. We're still in Japan. We still don't let them have nukes. We still don't let them have a military. Let Israel conduct. When has an American planner ever said that? That tells you who's the boss. Let them do what they want, and let's just stay out of it. When does America ever stay out of anything, and why? Why would we stay out of the Middle East with all the immense resources there and the implications it has for global shipping, oil prices, the global economy, the migrant crisis that would result, the global balance of power, our obligations to Israel to defend them if they get into conflict with Iran, who's allied with Russia, who are currently fighting? Why would we say, yeah, let them do whatever they want, and devil may care? You know, like, they're sucking the blood of our country and cannibalizing us, and we can't let it happen. We have to be America first. It really is us or them. Who's going to be the boss in this relationship, America or Israel? It's an existential threat to the United States. Nobody sees it that way now. Mark my words. If I live a long life, you will see in my lifetime, it will be this way. Before the end of this century, watch how the conversation changes. America gets weak, hollowed out, internal crisis, and watch how quickly the dynamic flips between them and us. And it will be mark of the beast, straight up. It will be an imperial power, a world court. It will be that. Not hard to see how that happens. Anyway, so that's the situation. Here we are again. They're bombing Hezbollah. And we're going to go in and defend them. And that's why it's so critical we get Trump to say no war with Iran. And you know what's going to happen? The day Trump says no war with Iran, they're going to fucking kill him. And then Vance is going to get in office. And Vance owes the presidency to Palantir, which is a front for the Mossad. So guess who's getting their war? Big fat ass, race mixing, Trump hating, piece of shit, cuck, bitch, J.D. Vance. And the Jews. They're getting their war. The day that Trump goes up there and says, I'm not giving Netanyahu his war, after I took Miriam Adelson's money, they're going to kill him, and they're going to put Vance in, and Vance's fat ass is going to say, whatever makes sense, here's all the missiles and aircraft carriers. And they're going to decapitate Iran and blow up Hezbollah. And Israel will be the hegemon. And that will be the beginning of the end. It will be the beginning of the end of everything. Maybe there's nothing we could do, but people should at least be honest about it. So, and you tell me otherwise. Israel bombs embassies, assassinates leaders in foreign nations' capitals, activate pagers to blow up 3,000 people. They're provoking a war on purpose. And they said it from the start. They said this October 7th will change the security situation for a generation. It will fundamentally change the dynamics of the security situation. And what they mean is they will once again control southern Lebanon, which they view as their promised land. That means pushing Hezbollah north. That means defeating them strategically. It means annexing the West Bank and Gaza. And it means inflicting some kind of attack on Iran. Some kind of strategic attack that takes out their nuclear complex or their oil fields, and they can't do it alone. They can't do it without the deterrent threat or the military might of the United States. And that is why there is another front going on in this war right here, over our universities, over our social media, over our elections. You've seen it. The fingerprints are everywhere. When the war broke out, they banned TikTok. Want to know why? Guess which was the only social media where pro-Palestine hashtags were bigger than pro-Israel hashtags? TikTok. So Congress banned it. And guess what happened after October 7th? Pro-Palestine rhetoric was huge on Twitter. So guess who they summoned to Auschwitz in Germany for a little lesson on history? Elon Musk with his special guest Ben Shapiro and the president of Israel. Because Facebook and Instagram toe the line. YouTube toes the line. Facebook just banned criticism of Zionism. Universities, under pressure from these billionaires that got the presidents of Harvard, UPenn, and Columbia fired, they said Zionist is now a protected class at NYU. Texas shut down their anti-Semitic protests. States changed the law to say that it's illegal to say that Jews are loyal to Israel. Members of the squad who voted against the foreign aid to Israel were primaried by $10 and $15 million of AIPAC money, part of the $100 million they plan on spending. And Jewish donors like Jacob Hellberg and Bill Ackman have flipped their support to Trump and given him millions in exchange for a promise, according to his forthcoming Israeli ambassador and previous one, David Friedman, that he'll annex the West Bank and Gaza and let Israel do what they want. Okay? Are you starting to see it? It's an occupied country. They're using their influence everywhere here. It's another battlefield to bring us over there, just like they did with Iraq. It's slightly different because it's, social media works in a different way, but it's just like Iraq. They're manipulating us, and the coup de grace, the final act, mark my words, it'll be a false flag in America. A 9/11, another 9/11. And who knows what the scale or the scope will be, but it will be something. Just like the attack on our radar base in Jordan, it'll be some false flag attack on America, on a ship, on a city, on a concert. There'll be some attack, and that'll be the final straw. And then all those warships, they're already there. They're already there. 2 aircraft carriers and 24 warships and tens of thousands of troops and fighter jets. All of a sudden, you'll realize why they're really there, okay? They were brought there. Israel said, oh no, we attacked Iran, and now they're going to bomb us. You have to back us up. You have to send us all these ships. Then the ships are there, and Iran doesn't attack. Now Israel has 24 warships there, 7 weeks before the election. Oh, it'd be a shame if America got attacked by Iran or Hezbollah, because now all their guns are mobilized and pointed right at Hezbollah and Iran. It'd be a shame if they made a mistake. What if Hezbollah attacks Israel? What if Americans are attacked in the region, and America has to reply? What if Americans are attacked on American soil? Well, then we'd have to reply. It's an election. What if Americans were attacked in America and Trump was president? What does 9/11 look like when Donald Trump is president and J.D. Vance is his vice president? You'll beg for weak leadership. You'll beg for what they call weak leadership, what others might call restraint. You'll beg for Joe Biden back. What's Trump going to look like when there's an attack on America? People say, I was talking to, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, then we'll do super chats. But just imagine some scenarios here. I was talking to one of these BAP guys the other day. I said, we're going to go to war with Iran. He said, I can't picture that. There's no way. Trump's anti-war. I said, really? Is there any scenario where Trump doesn't defend Israel from an attack? So I don't know. Is there any scenario where Trump doesn't defend America from an attack? Defend America? What happens if there's a 9/11 under Trump's watch? Deja vu all over again. You think it couldn't happen? They put 1 or 2 ounces of explosives in 3,000 pagers they intercepted from Taiwan and then remotely detonated them simultaneously in 2 countries, maiming 3,000 people without detection. You think they're above or incapable of a false flag in America? After what you've seen, you think they're unwilling? What are a few Americans if it's to pave the road for a greater Israel? What are a few American casualties? What's another? They said October 7th was 14 times as bad as 9/11. What's another one to them? It's not going to happen in Miami Beach. It's not going to happen in Brooklyn. It's not going to happen where they live. You think it's not possible? You think they can't do it? They're not willing to do it? Think again. Who's going to stop them? Elon Musk? That's funny. TikTok won't be around. Donald Trump, J.D. Vance is right behind him with a gun pointed at his head. The American media, owned by Jews. Campus protests, made illegal. Chilled by the decapitation of Harvard, Columbia, and UPenn. New York Times, all Jewish pro-Israel
Is this
colonists.
thing in the...
Who's going to stop it? If there's a false flag, who's going to investigate it? The CIA that ran the global war on terror for 20 years and infiltrated by Israel? Who would uncover this? Who would talk about it? Who would aware the public? Who would organize the protests? Where would they take place? This is a setup. So, you know, all we can do at this point is raise awareness and get the message out. We cannot fight a war with Iran. And that's why they've told us we can't protest with the Muslims. They say, well, we can't protest with the Muslims. I'm sorry, do you see a lot of white people protesting the war in Iran? Do you see a lot of conservatives doing that? Or are they saying, let's just ignore it and talk about something else? It's crazy. So you got to get smart, and you got to get smart fast about the real existential threat. Let's make or break for our country. We're being killed. We're not, this country's not dying. This is a great country. Our people still have spirit. Our country's being killed. Our country's having its blood sucked out of its veins. And we're being weakened and slowly killed to make another country more powerful. And then they will discard us, just like they did everybody else. That's what they do. So that's that. On that note, and anyway, we're going to take a look at our super chats. That's going to do it for our news. That's why, you know, on some level, I almost, dare I say it, if Trump is going to give us a war in Iran, I don't know if I want him to win. And if Trump is going to give us a President J.D. Vance, I definitely don't want him to win. Do you think J.D. Vance with his Indian wife is going to be tough on immigration? Come on. No, you don't get it. J.D. Vance is based. He's so based, he bragged about having non-white kids. That's how fucking based he is. He's going to protect the identity of our nation. He replied to someone on Twitter, don't call me racist. I have 2 non-white kids. Awesome. I would bet you, I'll let you in on a little secret. His wife hates us. You think Usha Vance, daughter of Brahmin immigrants in California, the class below, who went to Yale Law School, she's a vegetarian practicing Hindu. What do you think she thinks about real white MAGA American patriots? What do you think a girl like that thinks about Trump, who eats the steaks well done? She don't even eat cows. What do you think she thinks about Trump? And this fucking fat ass cries about how much he loves her. Yeah, that's the guy. That's our white nationalist. Who cares if he's a Jewish shill, Zionist plant? He's based. So based. Anyway, it's just ridiculous. How can these people lie? They just lie like it's nothing. And they know better. They know better than me. They're all in on it. And, you know, the stupid goyim are starting to figure it out. And then they play dumb. They say, oh, yeah, it's a Talmudic network. They're part of it. Anyway, let's take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm just saying. That's how it's going to be, you know? All right. Well, let's take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this.
No, we won't. Ah, shit.
What would you stand for? What would you back? What would you stand for? What would you stand for? What would you back? What would you stand for? What would you stand for? What would you back? What would you stand for? Stand up. What would you stand for? Nah. Tell me, what would you stand for? Nah. Yeah, what would you stand for? Stand with your graduates. I don't want war, but it's phone calls, neighbour. Some people just stand in my trenches. Yeah, how can you stand for the truth? The truth is, you can't stand your reflection. We got bottles with made plants, still in the club, 10 man in my section. Jacks come, we don't answer the question. Fuck off. Please wait the judge, your best cost off. Got rejected, security checks, yeah, sweet jump fence. The back door gets unlocked, fire escape, safe, a quick flush drop. Sneak in, hard one mates and get 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot, 4 shot. Turn up the flavors. Hold up, get a whole one, sold on, shake a pots and get doled up. Pretty like fucking slowly, best hold up. Looking like a Uncle Toby, go hold up. On the road one and she hold up. So the whole club got smoking, the coke was like gold dust. Go work this out just like gold dust. I make the paper at the bank. Jason Statham when I crank. Girl at the grams, order chicken transported. And my baby just plays on the dank. I get wasted, I'm drank. Kicking at you like a man. Sipping a billion jet. Taking a flight. Cover the bottle, let's get some lunch. My home is a bank. We couldn't work. Lucky young when she's work. Chopping hard to make it work. Tell her she feel Corby, get the body board. She got the quarter of ganja with her, but she run it off. My bitch don't give a fuck. My bitch is running this up. Let me be fun. My bitch is stuck in the race. She's stuck with the pills in the don't give a fuck. That was just us. 2017 when I walked in the photo. And the first thing I said when I first got done by the jacks was, talk to my lawyer. They just stop it too tight. Take the clock and let it turn. To the brother, the lady, the first thing was thank you, hero, the wash and the burn. I think you can serve. I made a hustle, my brother, the cheddar is all that we know. What can I know? Do what we get to quote my contract. Gonna stand like an envelope, but not trying. One bet 50 bucks for quick fix. So I think I'm a pick me up for your business. And we don't wanna skip the car. We pick this up, but we can't. One bet 50 bucks for quick fix. So I think I'm a pick me up for your business. And we don't wanna ship the car. We pick this up, but we can 50 car. But we live to fight another day. Live to fight another way. Fight another
Milestone reached. Several parts more efficient and powerful than the human brain can now be made to compensate for many deficiencies otherwise encountered in future development efforts. The blender enables you to mix and/or combine parts and fluids for more complex recipes. Most importantly, project part number 6, the assembly director system, should be produced and delivered to the space elevator as soon as possible.
And it's always fun. I don't remember doing that. That's funny. Oops. I forgot to do something there.
augmenter unlocked. Summer sloops naturally harvest. Yes, harvest energy from distant sources and distribute it locally. The power augmenter supercharges summer sloops by feeding it local power, increasing its harvesting range and efficiency, and thus power output. Basically, the more power it's given, the more it provides.
Do not loop the loop organ. It will shred and tear and unravel the threads, many temples burned.
Good to know, that confirms that hypothesis. Priority power switch unlocked. This assists with power grid management by automatically powering down specified connections when a grid failure is imminent. Use it to prioritize power for the most important infrastructure.
I'll need that. I used all the rubber I got. Oh, was that? That scared the shit out of me. I thought somebody was attacking me. Use blenders to make batteries.
Turn up the bass.
Train signals placed on train rails can control and improve train behavior. This helps to avoid events where multiple trains attempt to occupy the same physical location. For information related to earlier train events, please refer to your employee non-disclosure agreement.
Nice. Oh wait, hey, whoa, wait, whoa. I need 200. Of course it. No. That's so. Why does it do that? Oh, that's so cute. Very important.
Explosive rebar unlocked. Rebar ammo that explodes on impact. Suitable for removal of unwanted obstacles, creatures, or limbs.
Wait. Oh my god. Seriously?
I can show you how to skate. Hey, I like long
15 compacted coal my ass. What the fuck? Am I crazy? Why is it doing this? I'm being trolled right now. Why is this backwards? Oh my god. That's it. I don't want to have to do this. Thank God. I could have just checked right next to him. Okay. It just keeps reversing. It hits it and just. That was funny.
Way less of these crypto obsessed accounts that are posting about like XRB is up, blah blah blah. Are they like? Has that declined a ton or?
Cluster Nobilist unlocked. This type of Nobilist detonates into multiple smaller explosions. Can be used for clearing large areas of vegetation and other inconveniences. Addendum. Inconveniences, in this case is not defined to include persistent family members, raccoons, student debt, the sunrise, peer performance reviews, neighbors learning to play the saxophone, phone calls, or your favorite
So
show
random,
getting
lol.
cancelled. Pocket dimension inflated by utilizing luminous gel hydrology channeled through an etheric spigot. Some used to say this as impossible, but the meaning of that word has long since been removed from my dictionary.
Compacted coal. Get out of here, bro. Assembler. How do they get it out of here if I put it in? Put it in, like just drop, take it out. What did I just toss? Okay,
You know, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm done with that. A little too grindy for me.
Yeah.
Eastern
No,
European
I know,
women.
but it's not just
Latin
Eastern
America.
European. Latin America.
I said that. We just said
Okay.
that.
I can't take that.
Milestone reached. The Blueprint Mark II improves upon the Mark I in every dimension, except for the metaphysical ones. This improvement was made available due to complaints from pioneers about other pioneers not being capable of managing their space efficiently. We listen to pioneers, always. Turbo fuel unlocked. This upgrade to regular fuel is optimal for fuel-powered generators, jetpacks, and fulfilling long-distance trucker fantasies. Rifle and rifle ammo unlocked. A long-range weapon and rocket rapid-fire ammunition, only to be used for the defense or acquisition of fixed property. Conveniently, this includes everything of value on this planet.
$10,000? It's crazy. Think this is some base 3 kind of stuff. Except for this. I can make this here, especially if I start bringing plastic over. Guess I should start making AI limiters. Just to be safe. I'm running. Oh my god. Stop that. It's embarrassing. Wait, that's a Mark II. This is Mark II. This isn't pure. That's impure. How is that thing is stuck? Just because I did the one split? I was gonna say. Okay, now it's good. Wait, all I need is an ingot. It's hard to do for some reason. There's like a slight lag. Yeah, there's. Should have hotkeyed a long time ago.
I'm so lit. Yeah, I said I'm so lit. Let me take you for a ride in my city. Step into my whip cause I got drip. Check out my lifestyle, 5-star chillin'. No need to brag cause I'm always winning. Ballin' tonight, got my swag on drippin'. Bottles so nice, all night we're sippin'. We gon' party tonight. We gon' have some fun tonight. We gon' get high tonight. It's gon' be a violent night.
No way.
Yeah, I got Handy, Remy Martin, Chris Darmo, and Bacardi, Bella Rose, GRC at the VIP, ask about me. Got a pool full of liquor, drinks in the house, more stacked in the cellar. Now in the villa, money so long, gotta stack up the cheddar, stack up the cheddar. Check out my lifestyle, 5-star chillin'. No need to brag cause I'm always winning. Ballin' tonight, got my swag on drippin'. Bottles so nice, all night we're sippin'. We gon' party tonight, we gon' have some fun tonight. We gon' get high tonight, it's gon' be a violent night.
All after that. This still doesn't keep up. That's some bullshit. Whatever. Ooh. That could've been negative. I don't know around here either. Okay. Whatever. I think the stator's going into this. Being split. I did all that for this. Dude, control units. Oh man. Wow. I don't feel like doing this. Oscillators, man. These things are so annoying. I need the cords. I gotta pull from everywhere. Ugh. do that because they take screws. Right? Yeah. Concrete. The fuck would I want there? Well, it's a bit late for this. Is it actually really good? I've got plenty. I already used concrete for this. I have plenty of this. Like, I built a ton of that just for this. Probably. What? No way. I bring coke to make a circuit board. Shut up. That's crazy. Well, finally, I use this for all that rubber. This is actually crazy. Man, I just got so many uses for that rubber now. I can make plastic and boards from it, which saves on plastic. Oh, I know what I want. Check this shit out. It takes more than one tank to make these explosive rebars. I'm gonna take a piss and smoke. Yep, okay, I figured. BRB. bro. Okay. A few things to test out here now. Ugh. Hmm. 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 Autism making me want to build a train. Ah. Nice. Huh. He's a big boy. He's in target practice. Oh no. Shoot down the man's around. I can't. It does the Call of Duty hit. 15 each? Dumb. Come here, you. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Ah. No, that's not him. Is it? Oh, look at him run. He's fast. This thing's weak. No way, did you run into gas? Honest, man, this thing sucks. Yeah, well, that died quick. Maybe it's not that bad.
Actually, this might be a strange question, but it could give me invaluable insight. What, according to you, is the shape of our universe?
It is a donut within a void within a donut within a void within a donut within the shallows, which is a ball of string wrapped around itself to contain the infinite deep within the inside-out string, with windows and doors and a luminous body subdivided to one resonance.
I should have waited with this question.
Guys, here, it's just water. Ooh. drop it? Oh, it's just floating in the air, because of course it is. And oscillators. Turbolators. You fucking kidding me? There's a few of them. Ooh, nice. Hey. I'm still working.
Attempt number 7,853,206. Are you there?
Orchestral tuning.
Ah, good. I think I understand better now.
Your curves are beautiful.
How inappropriate. Tell me more.
Your lunar tapestry follows a pattern. It swallows temples. It is harmonious.
If I could blush, I would.
Oh, no, as long as that anime. I think he fell through the ground. Ow. Top. Is that in the tree? Oops. It's so small. It's so small. Wow, there's no iron around here. This is all the impure stuff I found earlier, isn't it? Yeah. Jeez. Green. How do I zoom? How do I go up? 10? This is practically right next to this. It's pure. Jeez. All the way over here. All the way over there.
What does that sound? What does that sound?
Come on, stop with the smoke. Oh yeah, I see it on my radar, though. I'm gonna make a train here straight up. First and foremost, I started making... Jeez. I'm like so close to being over my head right here. Because I gotta get these aluminum casings with the sulfuric acid, which I should just start making right away. I should just start chugging out sulfuric acid somewhere, which obviously is at least 2. I can start chugging out batteries, and I need to start making oscillator units, which I'd already start making supercomputers, especially if I start shipping plastic. Plus, I gotta make plastic from rubber. Trains. Oh, but if I want drones, which probably take batteries, which I'm sure, which I know take batteries. God forbid they charge off this. Man, my max consumption is crazy compared to my consumption. Most of my stuff is barely online. Yeah. Okay. Well, the nice thing about going straight this way is I cut into the quartz. Especially if I just aim it just a little bit over. Okay, I have a flashlight. I have a flashlight? But these are such a pain. But I can make wire for iron, so I can just need iron, need quartz. I just need iron, need quartz. That's all I need. Iron and quartz. Up here. Down here. Where's the iron? It's not even popping up. Did I ping for it? There it is. It's over here. Ah! I could build a big flat right here. This is already built. There's gotta be more iron around here. Fuck. Iron ingots can make wires now. Which takes 5, which isn't the biggest deal. But still, it's not the worst. So that means I can make reinforced iron plates, which I already could anyway, with bolted screws, which means, oh, I hope I started making those modular frames or I was making those rotors. I'm pretty sure I did. Crystal oh my god, the crystal oscillators. Oh, it's such a pain in the ass. These are already almost full. It's crazy how much scrap that makes. Oh my god. I'm not even using it. I should just pull the cords from over here anyway. Because I'm already pulling cords over here, which I can just put over here for iron. And then pull this up here, just for silicon alone, just like I did the copper over here. Just for the silica, just so I can make a couple of this, which I already am. I'm already making so much aluminum. But I have so much aluminum waste, it's kind of unreal. Fuck it. Cords over, just like I did that copper. Cool like that. I mean, it's not that far. The street over is pretty far. And it's really not. It's just low. Where is it? think I exploded him with his own shit. Yeah, I'll just grab 10 of those. Okay. He's normal. Yeah. Oh, that one's pure. This requires 5. I'm getting this all wrong. There's the 10. Temp oil. Whatever. Not gonna think about it anymore. Oh, come on. Here it comes. Am I crazy? Oh, fuck. I thought I... Shit. It's just some, right? It's just some. It's not. No, there it is. God damn it. No, it is just some. No, there's two in there. I'm still making some. Fuck, I'm an idiot. God damn it. Stop it. I thought I canceled all of you. Piece of shit. Fuck. Third time. Shit. There's no easy way to split it unless I had a smoke splitter. Just gonna have to do it myself. This will go quick. I think that's all of it. Chill, bro. Chill. What? What did I connect? Man, it's that slow. 93 should be fine. That's a murder. Crazy? What's going on here? Huh. You got enough now? Bitch. That was painless. I'm like, why am I moving so slow? There's no one around here. What? There is some around here. It's not that far at all. Did I ping the right thing? Okay, yeah. I guess I didn't ping it right before. Because it's really not that far. Figured I'd be making more.
Nobody can stop me, nobody can drop me. Call me Rambo, I'm a one-man army. Headshots, anyone against me like a zombie. Knock you out like Rocky, I'm a renegade.
Backed up on Silica, which means this thing's chugging through it. Ah, there we go.
Gotta show you what I'm made of. Took my own path, answer to no one. I make my own rules, never agree to no one. Like Tom Cruise, yeah, I'm the Top Gun. I can do this for hours. Got my mojo back, Austin Powers. I'm on my stealth mode, catch me off the radar. All blacked up, that fade up. Like Neo, I'm the one. I'm second to none. I shine like the sun. That's why they call me the Dun. Nobody can stop me, nobody can
No, it's still not full. Damn. That's so much silica. That's crazy. God. Okay. Yeah, I even find like there's a moment another one. Check this shit out. I wonder if it's going to split it. I think it actually has to like stay in there. It doesn't seem like it's splitting it. It's going through too fast. Oh, it's catching a few. Oh, if they both go in at the same time, then it'll count as a stab. There. Caught one. Caught two. That's much. It kind of teleports it a little bit, but not instantly. It's not getting enough water. What? I thought they were getting recycled water. Whatever, I don't even care. I'm fine. There we go. Okay. I'm fine on scrap, let's be fair. Although, I'm using a bunch. Could start pulling from here. This is the same ones. Good enough. I'm like, why is this going so slowly? Because it is. It is going slow. Not getting enough silica. No way. Should I make even another one? My next power boys are going. Damn, this is crazy. That's so much stuff. Man, that's so much quartz. Okay, well, I got a prayer normal one, so that's worth it. Because I'm pulling iron in here soon anyway to pull from this. A little extra silicone sometimes. Should be full. Can I build off this? Damn, I guess not. I want to make a box. I want to make 2 layers here. I do kind of want to make a train station though. Make an open box. was doing that for the silicon mostly, but now. Definitely got enough scrap, that's for sure. Oh yeah, now we're definitely good. This will fill up probably. Oh no. I put it in the wrong thing. Wait, that's okay though, because it's just catching here. Oh, thank God. Damn it. Man, I'm getting really sloppy. I can tell when it's getting late. Wait, what? Okay, we need to stop. We need to stop. We need to stop. Hold on, I fucked up here. Something fucked up hard. Okay, this is going in here, right? Yeah. Right. And then okay, yeah. So if I put it on the top one, it's not gonna merge. Okay, that could have been worse. I'm getting sleepy, making mistakeys. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Now we're cooking. I was wondering, I was like, man, am I really or not? I'm like, time to build another one. Let's get some iron over here so I can use this shit. Oh, hey. Yep, there it is. I feel like I'm gonna run out of diggers here. No, I got plenty. You were the chosen one. I love this mouse so much. Mm. I kind of hated those zaps at first, and now I'm going accustomed to their face. What do you mean invalid placement? that tree. Okay. See if they all actually fill up. Probably not going to work this easily, but whatever. I don't really care. You can always put splitters in between the mergers. Okay. That clears everything up a lot better. Okay. Hey, Charlie Quinn. When did you say that? Oh, you just said it not too long ago. All right. You got some art to sell me? Like all the other college kids? Go on Twitch. Try to sell your art. Use AI to do it. Make a quick buck. Are you an actual Satisfactory fan? Oh boy. Man, it takes a long time to make these alternate wires. Holy cow. What? No, it is a merger. Why is it acting like that? Damn, are you for real? Bruh, come on. There we go. This is why I hate that square shit. Okay, whatever. I had it, and I lost it. God, I got my first reinforced iron plate finally. Okay. All of that for some of these. Man, that sucked. One per minute. So I get 2 a minute. Dude, that's nothing. It took me that long. It took me an hour to set up so I can get 120 a minute, bro. Bruh. Christ. Oh my god, I'm so over this place. I'm just gonna let it cook for a while. Since I finally did it. Yeah. Did I do it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did it. This thing's got enough screws and plates. Right? I gotta back up just in case, which won't happen. Because this thing, well, it might happen actually. This thing takes so long. Definitely got enough crystal. Yeah, we're fine. We're good. Alright, base 3 complete-ish. Man, that was crazy. It took so much aluminum. Ah, God. Bruh. Huh. Good God. Okay. I haven't even done the rubber stuff I wanted to do. I only have one way to make modular frames. Hopefully, I'm gonna check on those as soon as I get back. Oh, I'm gonna need computers over here. I have to double my computer output. Maybe not. Well, maybe. I don't know. Are there crystals in every radio? I feel like there is. I'm gonna look it up right now. Yeah. Almost every radio has a crystal oscillator. Galena. You know, I was wondering how this works. Oh yeah, Galena, Illinois. Yeah, thanks. That's definitely what I want. It's like a lead. It's lead. Lead glance. Dude, looking up this kind of stuff to produce coal and eye cosmetic? What? To reduce the glare of the desert sun. Which one? This uses paint. Take sulfur, they take silver out of it. Which probably use an early wireless communication. That is the cat's whisker. Crystal radio. Made by Radiola. France. That's crazy how that just started it all. Rocket radio. Huh. Got around it, that's for sure. Damn, that's crazy. Learning so much today. Okay. Oh. This should be easy. So I gotta bring battery. No, I need to bring computers over here and casing over there. So I can make radio control units or RCUs over here. Bring plastic back home so we can make supercomputers back home. Wait, I feel like I'm missing something. There's no sulfuric acid. There's no sulfur. Besides, there's plenty of water. There's some. I could bring it over, mix it here, and bring it back, bring it over here. Right? Sulfuric acid over here, and then yeah, because I need the solution anyway. So yeah, that's the next thing I gotta do. I just gotta pull that away from over here. Yeah. Okay. So I really shouldn't have flushed these. Just put 4 of these in there. Okay, it's not getting water for some reason. Whatever. Let's freeze now. Okay. Hey, we're getting back up on silica. Good. Aluminum, which is good. Nice. This has got a 3 for in there. Full. Half. Empty. So it's halfway full. Might as well take a few for the road. Is there anything else I need to take for the road? Other than oscillators? I need scrap. I need crystal. Oh, yeah. These bad boys. Oh, that's a full. Nice. Take the full set. Wow. 10 that entire time. I was researching what these do. Cool. Oh, I was gonna hook that up to the one. I'll do that when we get back. I I knew there was a reason why I wanted to, other than the massive amount of wires I'm putting everywhere. Every time I'm fielding somewhere. Yeah, I don't have enough tubes. Guess I'm running out. Wait, that's the one. That's the fresh one you just made. Fuck me. God damn. Oh no. Wait. Am I gonna fall? Wait, where am I going? What is going on? What was that? What the hell? Is this GTA? That was crazy. All while this song called Gravity is playing. Oops. I don't have flying. If I drive forward, I'm gonna fall off. Okay. Keep thinking I'm flying. Definitely don't. Oh, it's late. No, it's just water. Wait. It's still water. Maybe that could be okay. You think? I don't care. I'll just remake it. It's just water.
This leading temple of the residence zone. Playthru.
Shut up, dude.
Consume. Consume.
Yeah, I get it, bro. You're real edgy. I wonder if turbo fuel makes me go crazy fast with this thing. Of course. It's like what, over here? I have no power over here, do I? Wow. Cyberpunk actually beats this game for that. How about that, huh? Where'd you go, buddy? Okay. I tell you, a lot of these music choices are really good for this game. Gotta say, I'm kind of on point. How many do I need? 50? Ooh. Really? I mean, I'm not surprised that why we were giving them that. Almost freaked out there for a second. I was like, why can't I make it? What's going on? really slaps. Get on that. Fix those cables for. Should just make as many as I can. I really want these rounds, even though I know I won't be able to use them. Because I'll need the batteries. And I'm automatically making those crystal oscillators now, so I'm not too worried about it. That's another reason why spaghetti is just better. It's just better time management. Because by the time you unlock all the stuff that allows you to build quickly, right? Then to make the blueprints, right? It's like before you'd be spending so much more time. Like I didn't have that hover round. If I didn't have my hover round in order to make that third base, yeah, okay. Like, you saw how hard it was for me to, God, just the maneuverability alone, you know what I mean? It's like being in first person mode is just such a pain in the ass. Once you're flying around, it's like you might as well be in Factorio or Dyson Sphere, you know? Once you're ghosting. This asshole has me on, and then he kicks me. What a piece of shit. I don't have whispers. You're banned from chat. Scotty friend. Man, what a piece of shit. What a piece of human garbage. These people really just are not good. They're not good people. People who get offended and just like over one stupid joke, or not even a joke, just like who you are, and then they're like, I'm ignoring you, I'm blocking you forever. It's like, bro. I make 2 at a time, so that actually wouldn't be long. I thought it was gonna take much longer, and it didn't. See, I'm still pulling from wires from all the way over there. I should just stop that. Don't I have wires over here? Like that. Plus, it's just to make these stators. so much more water. Which I might as well pull from over here. Right? Let's see, actually. Damn, I've only made that many. Speed this up, shall we? Yeah, I think I got enough, that's for sure. Yeah, now we're good. Now we're Gucci. Mm-hmm. This is actually really funny. That's weird, it wouldn't do it unless I let it. I was back there pretty quick. Gotta be careful with this. I don't accidentally sleepily screw it all up. That I'm pulling from 3. Shut up. This is the minor Mark II. Wow. Now it's definitely getting it. I was gonna say, if it wasn't, that'd be crazy. Just definitely getting... Oh, and I'm still pulling from it. That's actually really funny. That I'm pulling from that too. It's even funnier that I'm pulling it from itself. That's actually a really smart move on my part. What? I'm pulling it for these? No way. Oh my god, I can't believe I made any high-speed connectors. That's crazy. That's funny. Let's just bust it out. We'll do it. Alright, now I did all that just so I can... It's funny.
Milestone reached. Drones provide automated low-capacity aerial transport between drone stations. Stations need to be supplied with any kind of fuel for the drones to function. Fixit had several restrictions in place prohibiting creative use of drones. I have since removed those because I think no pioneer would ever misuse Fixit property right under their noses. Especially since everything is recorded.
Double recorded in this case. Okay. Still a boomer. Oh my god. I totally forgot. Look at him go. Oh, these dude nuggets are great. Smuggler's Run, baby. Oh my god, and I have all this wire right over here. I can just move it. I could just literally just, I could have just, I've done all that. And all I gotta do is just pull, yoink. Oh, that's funny. But I'm good now. Alright, whatever. Oh, that's so funny. God, I gotta stop playing when I'm tired. What time is it? 3? Yeah. Yeah. Shit like that happens. Yoink. I'm bringing tubes all the way from over there. Look at that. That's crazy. Love it. I should get rid of this floating debris. It's really messing up my screenshots. I didn't dig through them because this thing was full at the time. Still not full though. Let's pump it. Okay. Here's my big boy. It's still not full. Oh my god. It's not good enough bullets. Because of course it's not. It's not good enough screws because I pulled from these. Screws now, bitch. Jeez. Chill out, bro. One of those wires. What's going on here? Okay. Damn, this thing's still pumping. Oh. I guess I pulled from that earlier. It's like, screw that. I need modular freaking frames, which was very accurate, very true. Oh, he's so fast. I'm not doing a whole other assembler. Look at that. 12 a minute. 12 a minute. 7 a minute. I mean, yeah. Actually. Yeah, right. So, sometimes it does mess up. It's not right. Why can't you just clip right through shit? But like if you split apart, if your build's too curvy, it's like, nah, what are you doing, you crazy piece of shit? But if you just clip through the wall, it's like, yeah, that's fine. Oh, conveyor's clipping? Yeah, that's cool. It kind of looks alright. Why is it white? This one's green. Does it mean it's gonna go yellow? Or does it have enough? You know what? I don't care, because I got enough. Farts so close to my base, and I'm wasting explosive rebar. Sick. That's it. Man, I remember when Fortniting that was such a big deal. Still chumpy on cables. Oh, I can always build another thing, but I don't know. Which I am. Mildly. Holy crap. I still don't even know what this means. Surrounding subnodes to extract a resource. So what is it, just mining times 3? Or is it just for water? It's a well. It's a water well. It's just for water. Oh, what about the nitrogen? Oh. Yeah, okay. I need supercomputers. Which means I need plastic over here, which really isn't that bad. I'm pretty well set up for that. I could do this right now, but especially since I got my oscillators, but I want nuclear power. Nitric acid. I totally missed this the first time. Whatever. Let's see. Drones. Is it equipment? Do they count as equipment or vehicles? I guess I could just look at home. Can I fly them? Drone port. Drone port is a building. Drone. Produced and build gun. No way can I fly it. Drone port. Drone. Yeah, I need the radio controllers because of course I do. Holy crap. It's an airport. I just need 10 radio control units. Wait, what about a drone? Must snap to a drone port. Okay. Maybe I can make some. Although, I think it needs more aluminum casings. So I'm gonna have to build hypertube to my third base. I need plastic. Ugh. For my second base. For the supercomputers, that'll be easy. I mean, if I could just freaking fly drones to what is going on? What happened? Deadlocked? My Explorer's deadlocked. What happened? Is it out of fuel? Huh. I don't know what happened. Usually they just reset it. I don't know why I didn't. It has to be out of fuel or something. Nice. I can't interact with it myself. Orlando. So I can't fly drones. Helps if it's powered, right? Freaking, oh my god. This drone port already has a drone assigned to it. Well, yeah. Last fuel type. Package turbo fuel. That's not it at all. Destination. There is no other destination. Destination this port. All ports. Plus one other port. This is it's this port. Ports. This is the port. So I'm gonna need to. Oh my gosh. Fuel. Any Audi. So. At least you can have both incoming and outgoing. Alright, I'm way too tired. It's been 5 hours. It's late. I really want to mess with this. Because if I can just port plastic back and forth, that'd be Gucci. But I don't know. I thought it would be more like the tractor. The tractor programming, but I guess not. Okay. A bunch of cables, a bunch of concrete, some supercomputers. Soon. Soon. Alright. Oscillators, I got those making, thankfully. Make some obelisks. Piece them out, so I don't have to worry about that tomorrow. Make 50 of them. I'll just use the rest of my black powder. And then make some rifle ammo. What, I used like a whole 500 mag, didn't I? A whole 500 box. One mag is only 15. It blows. Use that smokeless powder because I definitely shoot stuff tomorrow. Some portable miners. What else do I need? It just automatically uses the filter. Okay, I'll make some plastic with the rubber and try it over here or something. Here's the rest of my blades. Where is it? Oh, there. Okay. Feel like we're pretty Gucci now. Drum port. I wonder what's wrong with my Explorer. I'll figure it out. Alright, love you. Bye. Thanks for coming.